Assalamualaikum, selamat malam. Sorry lah, maklumlah musim cuti, sibuk. So kita mau sambung nih, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Nampaknya title stream saya salah. The Adventure saya ada S. Tapi tidak apa, kita mau start playing. Let's go. Episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Smart juga ada punya tempatnya. Belakang tuh ada jam tuh, Big Ben gitu. 18th February 9:21 AM. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. Authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we have arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we have to return to Japan. If we were to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need two requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to the scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Cuma suara dia. Punya semat dia punya jambang. Kan jambang, apa namanya itu? Sideburn. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted of your long voyage from Japan. Apa? Cuma suara dia ya? It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we are standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. Strong heart. Ni apa dia punya slang ni? So, introduction, I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Kita examine dulu semua. This must be the Lord Chief Justice desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks like more like over-the-top tombstone that toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place is so overbearing, I'm sure. Just look at this naughty book packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they are all books you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. These are books about judicial system of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice on how you say wardrobe in Russia. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Apa ni? Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. Kishi, I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan, guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Mr. Sato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? Jammer. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? This Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size. I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, I'm so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, pipe waters and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming general exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievement from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Ada like kah? Oh. Thank you for the like dan share, Wang Iqmal. Terima kasih. Perhaps as a trait that these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. What, Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. I am Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you're honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoy from Japan to report the said news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I think that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then, the moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. That is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right word to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, you could just ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... It's me! I can do it! Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualification as such, but... No qualification, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me and I was the accused. While glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not that what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short of period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. That was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words into trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes! You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Yes. Ini kah tes yang kita dapat kena buat. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into this situation? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Stronghunt? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. What I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? Hell, he'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much into your short sea-based introduction to British laws? We can't possibly do such a test. We will be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can't you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, I'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come here to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it's to be? What do I say? Do I agree to your sentence? I'll do it. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. The decision making, it works if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, is as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intention, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Saya bukan pilih anu kah tadi? What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I like to recognize as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his and one and only chance as a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his client in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove they're innocent. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do the job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Begitu. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Miss Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, is it purely and simply a matter of resolve? Oh! Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourself. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Ada lagi mana mau di exam? Tanya dulu dah. Mr. Sato, can I just hear something? Kenapa dia buat? Cara mau kasih hilang tuh, tiada kah? Ada cara mau kasih hilang tuh, tiada? I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you hear Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. The Old Bailey. Let's go. 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destinations in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose just that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Siapa? Siapa defendant kita? So, this is the old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait is in grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gave me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one only about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man used to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Macam mana ni? Ada ya. So, mungkin Irish sikit. Top of the morning to ya, madam. Sir? 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 Ooh. What else doing? Following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, I use? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right. Say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all while in strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. This one. This grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. Huh? 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious areas of Tokyo. What? That's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy a city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Let him in, die. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving to you no string attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh. To be honest, that's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh well, the thing is, don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering blazes! Do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there is a centre of London in another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called Gilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city, and he squared all people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've got No, they have the gal to say that I'm good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce yourself, while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Oh, Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We are law students on a study tour from Japan, see? So, if you don't have a lawyer for trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. That was I was after saying, you daft idiot. I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancellor of a fella's claim to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, what the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! It's the only explanation. Well? Well? Not at all, although is it a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just said Reaper? The Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks, is the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeeks stands in the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So, he's reached a desperate situation. But there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's the living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's curse. Curse? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, it's time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? So Jaime, thank you for the like, terima kasih. But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? There's no accidents, I can assure you that. There's fate. So don't get coffee now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never allow to happen. Counsel for the defense? What are you doing? If you're late for this start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Ya, voice actor simulator, lebih kurang lah. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Practice dubbing. Kita tengok court dia macam mana. Dah api. 18 February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different from the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere here makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop off your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Anu tu bang. Apa? Kita ada vampire.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt of innocent of Mr. Magnus McCalder. I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look like fully prepared to dispatch his next puppet into the underworld.
Counsel for the defense. You appeal to me Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shout your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. If the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East, is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? Macam mana suara dia saya buat tadi? I like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Miss McGill, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, may we please go and play in Migildon Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGildon. That's definitely welcome news, and he clearly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiment. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public has been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Aduh, setiap satu ni.
Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, His Lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish properly. Naturally, I agree.
Ha! Any criminals here will soon be finished, wishing they never set an eyes on me.
Ini suara dia tinggi kan? Dia ada suara wak 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 wak.
I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these bits for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruto, those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I only read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court finals verdict depends on the opinion of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentences according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from the 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as trial progresses. Yes.
Prosecution and weeks. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renowned your fame. I've known at the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infirmly reddened my fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years has passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances in which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did they have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statement, I think. A summary of the case, if it means. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was the maker of a building bricks known in the community as Trice-Fired Mason.
Sorry? Trice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman.
The bricks he fired had to be almost indestructible. Kena tikam. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the Street of London at the time.
A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report. Autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Okay? The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. The photograph of the victim is taken into omnibus. Apa itu di omnibus entah. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but the place is spotted. Kita tengok dulu. Oh. Oh, okay. Ini ada satu hutang tercabut. Trice-Fired Mason. 54 Brickmaker. 15th of February.
And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore sock gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. Miggleder's glove has blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The defendant's leather glove has been entered into the court record. How did I get into this? I'm back to corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the drivers of the omnibus, there was only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGliddle. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? That's the motion of the carriage, my lord. Liveling, so it is, when I opened my eyes again. There was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I is used. What good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got into the gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order, order, order. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime has been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from this witness. First of all, your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witness in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupation. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beeple. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairbrae. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimony. Witness. What the witness saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victims and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
An ambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
Oh ya kan? Nanti jam 12 ada indie pula. Saya kasih habis 11.45 lah. I'd like to ask question if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen it. The inside of a moving carriage.
How quaint. I've reached that civilization on the eastern island nations were a good century behind our own.
What you're here in London yourself?
I'm really so ignorant about our omnibuses. Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us to see for yourself. The actual scene of the crime, that is.
What do you mean?
The actual scene? How?
With a VR.
The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much?
Yes.
The omnibus in which the bloody crime took place in here today, in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff?
Saya cek dulu. Sepatutnya dia start bila ni? Sekejap. Dah.
Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus.
Oh, ini kita dah nampak ni tadi. Tapi mungkin tidak sebiji lah. So, that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous here. Great Britain courtrooms are amazing. Thank you for the like service. Terima kasih.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and it carry up to 8 passengers.
Oh, ada gambar.
4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoners know.
Stopping by before sleeping. Oh, bye-bye. Happy sleeping. Selamat malam hijrah.
Not the best views of the city architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests
ada tingkap.
that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
A skylight.
Oh, the penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats in this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Well, counsel, that it suffers. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence.
that is the prosecution wish. Oh, jatuh dia punya wig.
Very well, I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
The omnibus has been entered into the court record. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Ni saya boleh. Oh, boleh. Tengok dulu. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. Well, no, by the way, is it Miss Gilbert right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would fairly incriminating, really. Okay. Boleh. Ooh. Oh, tu darah. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the closed cabin, so I'm sure the witness will have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Boleh buka? Saya mau masuk. Oh. Alah. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Scene of a murder. It's horrible. Okay. Apa bawah ni tempat? The seat has a land handle, it seems. Oh. Tempat carriage kah? This looks like a sort of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tools to repair wheels, blankets, or shoeing stools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be such convenient for that purpose anyway. What is this? Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn into the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece for the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower? That's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzling with excitement at the prospect of such grand event. Darah. That's blood that's soaked into the seat, the victims, obviously. And yes, and that seat was clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. This is quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or anything to catch or any description. So I suppose it can be opened from the inside at the cabin at least? Kalau saya keluar? Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Oi? Phoenix right. I can't find anything out of. Okay. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a true examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect the Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in the British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. It was the last pass of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. So press. Semua tanya berapa customer dia? Well, I think it was some time after 10, was it? Oh yes. Oh yes, that was right, sir. In fact, ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at this time. That's correct. Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. No. Ada yang bertukar, tidak? And there was no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no. No one. So, nobody fled the scene of the crime then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does every evening. The last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say that. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see? Yes, I spent that much on the pop on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Terlampau sejuk kah? The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And you saw them through the skyline and the roof of the carriage? That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside. So I have a pretty good view. 2 of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there was not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilder. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilder is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for someone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilder. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish I was there. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over. Okay.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair, digging, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail if that's... My lord? Huh? Jury number 3? What is the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. There's always up to something or other there shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. No, he can't fool me. Ooh. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. And that's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Ooh. Bersalah. What is happening here? Buka buku kau susah toh? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocence and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So with those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledged the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed my deep, couldn't help it. He stabbed him, you said, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, I was on the roof seat. Okay.
Excuse me.
Hey, salah tekan. What are you fussing about now? When the last statement appears to have given you a pause for a thought. Not really. By the way, he always seems to be looking to the side. One way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. He's not really willing to say to anything, it seems. It's none of your business anyhow. Cuma kau nampak? Cuma kau nampak dari depan? What exactly did you see? Well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was. Hah? Mana ada? And by the passengers, obviously she's referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passengers that had a knife in his hand like this. The other passengers, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilbert. And then he plunged down with this, stabbing the other passengers in the belly. What? My lord, if you forgive the interruption. Jury number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilbert is a pillar of society and gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know he must accept the hard truth. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Satu lagi. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstaking type every word uttered here today and cross-reference all the facts. As such, I'm now in the position to draw only logical conclusion. Ooh. One more. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who oppose a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We had it. Every time I press this witness for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still pretty much in the dark. I suppose we just have to keep pressing the witness, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something. Okay. Just need to keep calm and listen to the witness statement again. Alright, so when it happened, the only two person in the closed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man and trying to defend to do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to do to think here? Is Mr. McGildet really innocent? Or could it be? Before we jump to conclusion, our first task should be to gather information and to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Okay. Let's try to stop him. I screamed and it couldn't help it. Alright, so it happened. The only two people in the closed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man. What exactly do you see? Well, sir, that with the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was. Saya mau press pa niya. I'm by the passenger. Okay. Saya tidak boleh press kan ya? Order! Order! This is hard to believe one of London's greatest philanthropists. This is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropists, my lord. Only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. Good English is all the truth. The truth. You actually saw the exact moment? You don't testify to that? Or often? Oh, no. That's not good. He's stopping, you say? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up the roof, seat. I remember seeing the little chap sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new head design. So I was gazing absent-mindedly around. But then it happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge, great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. more convinced my tactic than they were before. This appears to mad everyone more. The views of Mr. Bicklegut is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicion. Mr. First. Oh yes, yes sir. Is this the knife? Oh, Kembara, you saw? Oh. Okay. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial, a letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ah, please no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
Oh, gitu lah suaranya. Objection! Susahnya mau ikut tu. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. The murder weapon has been inserted to the court record. Okay, mari kita tengok ni. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you two, as the master of London killed off coachman, the idea of murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open... Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. One more. Beepo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man say. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that the 5 jurors agrees to condemn this man. Cheat me lagi. Madam Juror number 6. Oh, yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard this testimony of the witness in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, what are you going to yet to pronounce your lien? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the market around this time of day and sit on a nice bench, and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile of London in face, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have in it to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful thing for the city, that's right. A man like that wouldn't serve someone, shouldn't? But then when we go to Bilik library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners live with their head in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is the Shylock, sir, the one with the very darkest of soul. What? Stone the crows! Miss McGilded lends money and extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, He takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought of not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing in his name, save considerably financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Messon was killed was the final repayment date for his debt. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, the pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it! If I might add something briefly, Miss Sato, you claim that the victim has been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where's the evidence to support your claim? Adalah tuh. Here it is. Ay, minum pula ko. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Ziek's hallowed chalice. Apa tuh? How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly cute humor. I had heard ladies from Far East could show great courage. I didn't expect to experience it myself. Oh, as judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledgers, which details all the monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh! Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of phrasing my chalice in a toast to enigmatic ease at the same time. Enigmatic ease at the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The debtor's ledgers has been entered into the court record. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim is owed a considerable sum. Ini saya mau cek dulu nih pisau. W ba nih? Deposit the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really black blades. Oh, it doesn't seem like a word of a man with large katanas long for his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh. Ada kuda. This looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victims. An Englishman bloods look like a lot like Japanese man blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry. It's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Ini MKW ah. Ada lagi kah? Ada lagi benda yang menarik? Buka. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of the London gentry. Alah, internet. Apart from a great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. Shall we not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside? Let's see what we find. Alah. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's name, is it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are there? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Oh. Ada lagi? Gosh. Ada lagi modal lain? Ya. Semua sama sih. Keluar. Pam 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 pam. Okay. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I have the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park too. What a scoundrel! Still, maybe it's all for the best. Ah, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more. I don't stand for the nonsense. Ooh, bersalah. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote though. A footnote? However, the defense. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement. In this case, allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objection. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes. You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in the Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense, what did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jury at this point. Apa ini? A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has the tomb you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, it would say the book at least 50 years old.
Any modern text on British law wouldn't even given such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and clearly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Ooh. What even is it, Miss Susato? The so-called submission examination? Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponists. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, you would be able to appeal to the member of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leanings and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decision? Yes, in time gone by, barristers would use a submission examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure becomes something of a formality with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would ever assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually mentioned formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Submission examination, our last possible option. Is it our right to carry it out or admit defeat? The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nations on earth. We have a duty to the world exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Submission examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the submission examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Huh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so, all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying log. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. The defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty for this most serious crime. Judicial findings. The juror's contention. There was no one else in the carriage, so it has to be him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, so it seems, 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can't trust the guild. Fair facets is our motto. We haven't raised prices about 4 pence for years. 4 kali 4 berapa? 16 bukan? The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I had been pushed for this now. Some of the children don't seem to have wonderfully found argument, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their mind. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw that icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jury have decided the defendant is guilty, they are unlikely to heed anything the defense say. But then, they reach their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recall on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrances they may have become. Then what on earth I'm supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you really have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the juror's own word to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jurors are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to be present in a united front, but the truth is that they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statement. If we can, we then contrast the statement and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradiction in what 2 or more jurors says that we are looking for. In a way, then, it is similar to regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradiction in their statement and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this one. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceeding, counsel? I will ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Ooh, nice. The defense rebuttal. Itu saya mau record tadi tu. Semat. There was no one else inside the carriage at one time, so it has to be him. Pit tu apa? I trust the driver. He's an excellent memory. Ini kan? Oh. Bukan. 4. 5 kali 4, 20. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Apa? What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. You should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything that takes place as part of this proceeding. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. Prosecution has started the roughly at remark 7 times in totals. And I might add, each time you have gawked like a simpleton. Thank you. And what's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I've drawn as a result of the copious knot I have tied. Clearly, but I'm still why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me, then it's extremely hard to concentrate on my note keeping. This is going nowhere. You can trust the guilt. Fabulous as a motto we haven't raised price about above. Ah!
Hold it!
That's how much it costs to take the omnibus. That's right. As the guildmaster, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. One fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. Ush, murahnya. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes. And this murder on one of our buses, extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It leads to a decline in passengers. You mark my word. And it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. It's the crime on his buses or nowhere. Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy, so if you never say you saw him doing, that fellow in the dock is guilty as sin. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? The hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that's what he said. You're right. Mr. Gilbert Park is such a lovely little place too. I always enjoy resting my legs there while I get on my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever ever thought he was miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse. Oh help! She's as sure as can be as he's guilty now. So, we just need to find two jurors with contractual split. Okay. Okay. Very well, listen to this. During the submission exam, we will hear the accession of 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel for the defense should treat X and B with impunity. Having done so, you'll be able to compare the chosen accession with those of other jury. Select the corresponding button to listen to the other jury's accession again. Note that you cannot choose the accession of the juror you initially selected. Nor can you choose accession of juror who have changed their meaning to not guilty already. Once you compare the various jurors' accession, look out which of these printed each other, and then pit them together with X to pull them apart. I see. She wasn't joking when she said it was long. First step is to listen very carefully to what each individual juror had to say. Then I'm sure you'll start to see which one might not quite agree with each other. Alright then, let's get it right now, so I never had to listen to that long and boring explanation again. That's the spirit. So tanya dulu. Certainly, the specimens were heard suggest the victim and Mr. Riddle was allowed inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Well, perhaps that's something we could all work out together now. Now listen here. Maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, it doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? Now I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Sato-san said. Finding contradiction in these people's decision is the only way I'm going to succeed. Ini saya mau pit dengan yang ini.
Johnson!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, Counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblade's maiden name, I haven't first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we heard so far. Ui, ada 3D begini, cantik oh. There was 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beeple, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price. That's the way London carriage should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it gives a glaring discrepancies in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it will be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night. Is this simply possible? There was another passenger we've never heard about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, you could say, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this memorable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side on the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to... Wait till I get my hands on you, people. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standard in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we heard from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can't manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There's something else that bothers me about a couple of their accession. Then that's when you must strike them. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction to the accession. Exactly! You can do it! Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they're still way heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what this lipstick bookkeeper has to say for himself. Please start the chat. Prisoner, you must say. Oh, salah kan? Okay. Ada ini saya press. Carefully, you could hurt somebody with that. You'll find one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist, No, that's my battered sword. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brick maker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shoddy does a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but Mr. Naruto, please be careful of what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money of us less fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. Come to think of it, maybe one of those jurors has something to say about the defendant's underhand activities. Itu kan?
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste. Oh, Jeremy, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to taste me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after his collapse on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after his collapse on the floor. Well, I never... The stabbing in totally different direction. What? Bless my stitches, what the matter? What's this tell us? Is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scams... I don't believe it. Hold it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you. You cannot listen to this man. Look at him. In his black suit, he's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it two witnesses have slightly different recollection of event? What of it? Let's say, the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dark dandy saw him do it. And now, let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and the Shylock stabbed him again. And this already saw him do it. Well, what is to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling dandy, sir? Well, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? why I should take this needle to you. You're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Let us two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime. It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark chimps? Come on, out with it. What are you suggesting is impossible? It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm doing my job. I'm foreman of the jury. I have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I said two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't miss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the witness saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... Listen.
Take that!
That is the evidence autopsy report. According to what written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means this witness can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wow. Wait, that means Roger is now leading to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. What? No one deceived me. But we had a consensus. I said, shut your trap. Shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap even dares to cross that threshold of my shop, I'll take this greatest sharp leg and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. Then the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zix, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Ako na bercakap. Tiba-tiba having severed to reach aroma of the canine contents of this hallowed chalice. It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Please, pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zix! Is it cold in here? Or is it just me? As your antiquate tome that no doubt say, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honor of deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the court room with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witness once more. Witness, I trust you heard the summation examination we had to endure. We just had to endure. Just save lah. 2 jam sudah sama ni. Assalamualaikum, selamat malam. So kita mau sambung The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Sekarang ni episod 3 ni. Mana-mana ni. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Last time saya main, saya pun tidak ingat sudah. Tapi dia sini Trial Part 2 di Old Bailey. Lepas ni kita mau siasat lagi. Atau kita mau pada tengah dalam perbicaraan di Old Bailey ni. Di Old Bailey ni tempat mahkamah dia. Jadi, saya not sure. Kita go through saja. Kita tengok how they become. Mungkin hari ni saya main sampai bawah jam 1 lah. Dan sebab saya tidak buat study apa-apa, saya lupa sudah suara-suara diorang yang saya buat. Udah makan sound? Okay. I trust you heard the submission examination we have just had to endure. Oh yes, sir. I did, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh yes, sir. I heard it. Cuma nampak suara dia sebut. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it. People? Yes. Oh, last time kita ada yang juri dia ada summation, ada summary, dan kita buat diorang saling berlawan kan. Dia punya statement. Sir, yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Perjury, setahu saya, ialah akta macam kelakuan mengganggu. Oh, ada orang like mengganggu prosedur mahkamah. So basically itu yang berlaku lah. Kita mengganggu keadilan lah basically. Perjury. Enggak silap saya itulah arti dah perjury itu. Thank you for the like dan share, Iqmal. Terima kasih. Oh, mio Dio. Oh, Dio? Nani? You think it was me, Bipo, but it was I, Bipo. Fuck. Now then, witness, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to you by sponsor. Misgivings brought to our attention by the defense summation examination. Oh, okay. Sini kita boleh tengok orang punya dia punya orang ada bertukar-tukar. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. But well, I for one was told to had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood curled inside as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw me guilted stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Itu saja. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Apa itu cozenage? People,
Explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The girls' fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passenger by a penny a fare? Gitu kata. It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You are disgrace, people. A disgrace. Hey. And your selfish action has brought dishonor to the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence for the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers is 5 pence each. Yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already. Oh, dia panggil arithmetic kah? But I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Dulu tidak kena panggil matematik kah? Dulu pun ilmu kira-kira kan. Dulu. At least di Malaysia.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We already had the pleasure of a protected submission examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely.
Cross-examination. Kita press.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear, but
Ini kita push pula, kita press.
hold it. So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay.
Tidak bertukar.
I was so cold. It was all I could to do. Stop myself passing out.
I'm getting chill brains just listening to you.
It was terrible.
So I wanted to give myself a pat on the back
for even keeping the bus running.
Woi, kesejukan tu.
Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve a penny per passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that day, then we could have had another suspect. I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. The press again. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. That's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of this sort. Macam mana bahasa orang ini? Much like the phantom killer you desperately needed, it's gone. It's gone, dead and buried. I have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He filled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood. Oh, apa dia cakap ni? This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir.
Okay. Dia tidak buat apa-apa. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker jug next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. Okay. That's when I saw that horrible blade sticking up from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. First, oh, marah. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim? Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before. This was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, was there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all time for? This time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Oh yes, he stabbed him. I think so, yes. Kenapa dia think so? Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. Ice pick macam mana? Gitu. I suppose I might have, yes, but put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Okay. Apa ni? When I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. Oi, kenapa ni? Excuse me? If I may, Mr. Fairplay, what are you forsaking for now? That last statement appears to have given you pause for thought. Not really. By the way, he always seems to be looking to the side, one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. He's not really willing to say anything, it seems. It's none of your business, anyhow. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press this witness, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us. Okay. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even the flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay. Okay. Keep it. It's all too much. Okay. Itu sih ya. Apa nih? Oke, kita boleh try push kah? Mana kita kena pursue. Okay. It's bothering me. Semua kanan kiri masih sama. So testimoni nanti kita push. Macam mana kita mau push? Key. Earlier, they testified that saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim. Okay. They said that the victim was on floor. Ice pick grip. I suppose. Okay. Apa reaksi? Ada perubahan reaksi? Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay. Apa? Kita cari dulu apa isu di sini nih. Apa new facts? Adakah saya boleh push based on itu nama si Mr. Fairplay? Mau try push saja. Saya save dulu. So saya mau present dengan ini buku.
Objection.
Alamak, tidak nih, salah nih. I tell you, Mr. Gilder's selling that man.
Hold it.
Hold it.
Excuse me.
Kenapa kau tidur? Okay. Also, there's just one thing, sir. I was wondering what's going to become of my omnibus, sir, after the trial. Okay. What do you mean? I can't help wondering. Will no one to ride in the cursed carriage someone was killed in? Or will everyone want to ride in it? Yes. The cursed carriage could be an attraction maybe. It could be a sink or swim moment for me. Yes, I think it will be. Well, if we could just focus on the testimony for the time being, please. Tell you. I feel good.
Hold it.
Okay. Semua reaction masih sama. Ini kenapa? Kenapa kau muka terkejut? It's the first. Oh, how can I help you, sir? The last statement. Did it trouble you in some way? Oh, not particularly, sir. No. If anything, it's troubling with me that head of his. As he greases his head. Oh dear sir, I hope my hand is troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful. I wish it were that simple. Jap. Apa sebenarnya yang saya miss ini nih? So, there were only 4 passengers in your carriage. Why didn't you charge them standard 4 pence fare? Is that right? It's impossible to make... Kenapa kau tengok sana?
Excuse me.
Kenapa kau tidak tengok dia? Kak kita mau buat waktu dia tengok di depan tuh. Di mana sudah tadi itu? Oke, maju.
Good gracious!
Excuse me.
Sharp intake apa tidak? Sudah dia tarik nafas kah? Hai, game ya. Bila sudah macam ini. Bila sudah hilang tuh connection.
Excuse me.
Ah ya, tidak lagi. Apa? Saya cek dulu code record. Tinggal set. Oke, kita boleh based on to pisau. Boleh gak?
Objection.
Ah iya, saya mau kasih joki itu pisau. Ah ya. Oh iya, saya load balik lah. Balik tool. Inilah game nih, bila sudah stuck. Yap, press saja. Ada perubahan tidak? Kita press saja semua. Oke. Berapa menit sudah saya stream? Mau dekat setengah jam saya stuck sini. Saya press. Okay. I mean, I didn't see the exact moment. Coba.
Excuse me.
Ah ya, bukan lagi. Susahnya. So the things blah blah blah. Not that set, isn't it? Okay. Ada beza kah? I suppose. Apa maksud dia? Put the cut before the horse, maybe. Saya tidak beli pesu kah, press? Kau tidak perubahan kan? Semua kamu ini sama aja. Driving the horse. Kau kelip 2 kali.
Excuse me.
Mr. First. Oh, how can I help you, sir? Last time I did it. Oh, not particular, sir. No, I think. Ayah. Stuck. Selamat datang ke Stuck. Ke The Great Stuck Attorney. I didn't miss even a flicker of reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. I only carried 4 passengers. Ada 5 nih. Sebelum kita start dari sini, kita press. Kita biar dia autoplay. Apa benda? Ini bukan anak tuan apa? Mana sih bagus? Saya boleh press kah waktu dia? Oh, saya try press waktu dia dia cakap dia ternampak tuh. Tapi waktu dia ini kan dari sini saya tidak boleh bagi code record kan. Saya tidak boleh present sini kan. Ini kenapa saya boleh push sini?
Excuse me.
Gimana? Gimana saya mau push nih? Oh, stuck. Mau cek internet tapi nggak apa lah. Ini mesti pasal pursue tapi adakah? Oh, dia suruh detect reaction kan. Tapi saya nak nampak something yang special pun dalam. Hai.
Hold it.
Okay. Yes, that's right. Put the cart before the horse. Ini dorang punya no. Sama saja. Ini kenapa kok duduk bawah?
Excuse me.
Tidak juga. Jadi apa? Apa? Enggak, nah kita tes ya lah semua. Ini.
Hold it.
Oke. semua saya nampak semua sama saja.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Tiada lagi apa-apa kan? Gila.
Hold it!
40 menit.
Excuse me.
Ah.
Hold it!
Apa? Saya boleh push ba ni? Mana dah?
Excuse me.
Aduh. Ah. This is the fun. The fun of apa? Satu ni. Bila stuck. Apa logik? Apa logik yang saya tidak nampak sini?
Hold it!
Do tell. But there were only 4 fetches in the charge standard fee is fair. Is that right? It's impossible to make plans they pay. Apa beza? Apa?
Hold it!
Saya cek dulu people nih. Saya mau cek dulu di atas. Adakah anything? Oh. Apa ni? Oh ya kan, dia duduk di atas. Oke, mungkin kita boleh buat pasal itu sejuk. Tapi entahlah.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Hai. Statement sejuk tuh, statement sejuk.
Hold it!
Kalau ada kesejukan.
Hold it!
Seronoknya es eteni. Apa nama kau? Oke. Apa?
Hold it!
Yes, tidak.
Excuse me.
Aku boleh tambah. Ah, gila.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Oh, nah. Siapa? Hah? Kenapa?
Hold it!
Hah?
Excuse me.
Hai? Macam mana? Macam mana? Hah? Dah faham saya. Okay. Press. Okay. Hah? Famous man? Apa nih? Ini baru saya. Oh. Oke. Susahnya banyak mau dikasih biar. Terus.
Excuse me.
Now you listen to me. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-sucked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Not long ago. Okay, at least kita dapat benda baru. So, selepas dorang ada macam press dengan pursue ni, sebab kita boleh cross examination beberapa witness satu kali.
Hold it.
Ahem. Hah? Mana ada? Ah iya, sini lagi balik kan? So kita try pakai itu apa nama itu? Hai. Susah kalau sudah pergi sini nih, tidak boleh skip saja. Kita pergi paling last, kita press.
Hold it!
Oh, kita mau tambah.
Excuse me.
Ah iya, ulang lagi balik. Ah. Saya boleh push kah?
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay. That's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Miggleton, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only the right-hand glove. Gigit. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. What? No! That can't be right! So you're the liar here, then? That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Practice grunting. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over his hands, which means there's strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for Pete's sakes. For PT's sakes, my word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe.
upstanding members of society don't prevaricate.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case, Mr. Naruhodo? If we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying. Something to show this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. Kita boleh kasih keluar buku tu. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove! Are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence.
The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness' alleged deception to the court. Ni kah?
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilden.
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently in debt financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well,
what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilden was to found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
This document states that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore,
Were the creditor, the defendant here to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, the devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? To the defendant? Order, Mr. Bruce, prepare.
yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implication upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust the knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did. I'll state the truth a pinch.
A pinch? But it made no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilden's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's glove, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happened. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hand. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What?
What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony for all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The cause of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes, I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Okay, witness testimony. Continue lagi. what the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't be anyone else inside the carriage, or else all we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of the fact, not one of you would witness to the crucial moment of the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. Let's really know what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's account. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the fact of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood in both hands of the assailant, as Sicilian districtly remember that. The rest? No, the evidence tells us otherwise. You have the glove defendant was wearing to the night in question to the court record. Well, I'm aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man has blood on both his hand. Defiant, even in the face of hard evidence, he steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? The reasoning is dire. Huh? One hand or two with the salient point. The salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the kill crime, the victim's blood drips guiltily from the accuser's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the statement transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, you do not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. The scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hand with blood on them. You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Mickleder's gloves has any sign of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. Mickleder sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather
dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood in Mr. McGilded Glover's gloved hand. There wasn't blood on his hand? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything.
Hold it!
Do you see anything? Oh yes sir, nothing to say. No sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you... Still, say so nothing isn't right either, is it? No sir, I saw nothing at all. You were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, kenapa nih? Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It's all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say. It seems prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. People! In fact, anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen it. And everything you saw of the incident was through the sky, light on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold at night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's public bus service for pity's sakes. It's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal concern? I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right. Yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin tree that would have been out of sight from you. What? My golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my deponous friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh.
Very well.
Very well. I would uphold the prosecution's demand.
Where exactly in the omnibus are suggesting? Sini ya. Sini tak boleh diorang nampak. So diorang di sini.
Take that!
Most row of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel. Where's the seats in the enclosed cabin? face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord, as you can see. The seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker was sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone has been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. Your Nipponists have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are about to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Ada, I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitation. A toast to hot lessons not yet learned. Let's not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the said passengers on the seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting to turn the trial in my favor. On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seats in the omnibus cabin that was secured from the view was this guy. Ini kan?
Take that!
The passenger in the closed cabin that witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to be Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Main buang kelas. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! People talks to those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see, they use the terms ill-advised. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of the artist backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It is a very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defendant's glove, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only when gloves bear the gory remains.
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who is this third party?
Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary! Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating? Postulating? The defense postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay say the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both them were mostly certainly hatted. Let us do it tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember.
And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat made no difference. There was no third passengers in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there has been, the accused Mr. McGilder will undoubtedly have to offer to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the two culprits in that very cabin in which he traveled.
Ditidurkan. He's right. If there was another passenger traveling in that closed cabin of the omnibus, it is conceivable that Mr. McGilder would have been unaware of it.
Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Mr. McGilder to the stand.
Well,
What say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord.
on what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGilder is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilder to testify or not? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilder to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury.
Ah, yes.
I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilder has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony.
Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilder, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present,
Why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no. That's not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you so? Keep me mouth shut. Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am Lord Benedict's. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was dead, they had assumed she'd done it. They have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
You have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness statements to be discarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Uy, siapa yang natembak? Oh, smoke! Oh, fire! That's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away. It's no use. I can't see. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumble over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We have no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. To be continued. of February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, first. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Shinobi use, but pakai shinobi. Baru Japanese sikit. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be? Oh, dia betul-betul ninja ke apa ni ya? The other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thought exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possibly possible benefit to herself. There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? According to the coachman, Mr. Beeple, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will commence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Straight away, bahkan? Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. February, 10 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, tu kah budak tu. That's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look, she must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke. This vile proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced foam smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What's in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? Bercakaplah, Pak. What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. This all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Witness testimony. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, bagara, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in the wall, hiding her wee self away. Apa suara dia saya bagi tadi ya? Saya lupa. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? That's exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. examination. The young girl. On the night in question, ini kita press dulu.
Hold it!
And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? No, there were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. Just the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by this back seat? By all means, it's how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, that's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing into the skylight from time to time as well. Ui, then begorrah, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. Hold it. A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? So it's like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me.
Hold it!
You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me as I sat, I could plainly see the poor devils were already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, so it is. I find that little hard to believe. Ah, Lord 5 and 6. Why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail that the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rate of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. Though I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself entangled with trouble. Are you suggesting that you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was already intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Why did your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream, he says, he heard at the same time as the thud of the victims collapsing. Then I turned, okay.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the cop that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I couldn't see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, this is a cure thing. The wee scream I heard just as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside.
Good gracious!
Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I've been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a good time to have a thorough look around the inside. Kita tengok balik. sini kan. Suhaimi Tatsuya, thank you for the like. Ini kan tempat sini. This has a handle, it seems. Tidak sudah barang-barang sini. Bukan sebelumnya ada barang-barang ah? This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Apa tuh? Crack. Entah. Saya nggak tahu apa. Kita back ya lah. Okay. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in the ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
Hold it? So she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from the under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin-wag with her. Chin-wag? Chin-wag about the shop. That's right, just next to that gentleman there. You said this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in a mortal danger. So I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting in the roof deck seat. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen his young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. On the other words, the previous witness did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believe to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage, out of sight. It is certainly possible. The defendant is somehow diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The event had explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Lestrade, alamak. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relevant people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief? Gina, order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Untuk yang tidak tahu, Lestrade tu nama apa? Saya lupa apa dia punya level, tapi dia detektif Officer Lestrade dalam siri Sherlock Holmes. Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Wih, pistol. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Hilang lagi. The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. Alah, macam mana suara dia? I'm over here. Yeah. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you're all thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipping up and got on the job. Chamana, she got herself back in that corner, so she knifed the gent.
Go on, that's what you get. Wah, macam mana tu? That's what in your heads, ain't it? Ano ka to?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not...
Mana tembak lagi?
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapon like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
What I do?
Apa slang dan ya? Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapon portents? Oh, this? Yeah. This was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four wheels drag. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Ah, do not wave that thing. Do not wave that thing into my direction again.
So, you admit that you were riding on the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. Just like the Irishman said. Irishman? The Irish ka? Fami-kun, thank you for the like. Terima kasih.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to. Macam mana apa slang dah ni? Susahnya. Slang British lah antara yang paling susah. Irish, British. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up to the horses, just like always. But it was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitching there. Then, after a while, I heard a loud bang, nearly jumped out my skin. I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that the swells found me. It did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, just simply itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume?
Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of that girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah,
so you see, that's why I left the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself in a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt of my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness! What a perfect gentleman!
My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Wow. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, this... Well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Ui, kaki! Tidak tiada. If the sight of my iron-heated Wellington defense spray, do you forgive the discourtesy? This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules today.
Emotion?
The witness's latest statement gave us clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean, his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have met such glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put in, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seats was full of coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Mickelden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What?
Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected? Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiency of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty.
Well, my Nipponese friend?
Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine details, as you would any self-respecting practitioner of the law.
Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this on an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks.
Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, counsel?
Ara, be wise.
What are you saying now, you deaf dog?
I thought you were on my side here.
What games are you playing? Your task is to defend the man and the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as so clearly and honestly as possible.
Interesting.
Oh, marah sudah Mickelden. That's not altogether pleasant, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. Mickelden. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then, a fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That the cupboard underneath is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on the matter, I think.
That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rule state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all time, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beeple isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pig purse are lying.
I can't believe I nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinker. Nothing but cowards, lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. Balance. Perfectly as stuff should be. With calm, calculated reasoning, but arrived clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel, but before we proceed any further, there is a matter of outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? This whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Malay is at work, it would seem. Cross-examination. What the girl saw. So was knocked inside the carriage before they hook up the horses just like always. So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bobs, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers. 5 pints apiece, making the 20 rich men, which the cabman testified, and 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat, nice and easy, that right?
What your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and crap in the corner somewhere. No one seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officers who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such
paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we reached at the end of the line of inquiry. Continue.
But it was right. I got nothing. Nothing? Apa? A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own and the god permit least some of the time.
I beg your pardon? Did you say god permit?
Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. They said the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This girl was sat on me seat from the start. And I eat that. And it didn't budge the whole day, did it? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. Did you tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration?
You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah, right, mister.
To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone.
You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on by a child, do you?
So this Mr. Strahd couldn't possibly be the culprit then?
I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Tunggu dulu. Ada yang saya nampak. Memang tidak ada. Ya, tiada ruang.
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a chart. Most day I push the cushion up with my head and look out the crack. Then I can't have a butchers at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. They said I get under ain't as flush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plan themselves opposite. So for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, he was able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too apply. I ain't too happy in small dark places, feel too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide them in carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't he just stick to picking people's pocket in the open then? I say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had just stick it out under there, nothing else to do, nothing else for it. Then after a while I heard this loud bang, then it jumped up my skin I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, that made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion of me head get lighter off all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes.
Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, Cole, do you see what happened at the crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up to the cushion and had a quick butchers while I had the chance, I didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. Miggled account, of course. But then, that fella suddenly turns around and looked right at me. I sunk back down then, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, man. And when Mr. Mickleder discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down at the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his gut. He was still bleeding. Then carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Oh, how awful. Both me and my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGildet for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff, wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the oars were drawn up smartish, and this Irishman said to me, "Get back under the seat, I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. One brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this next testimony, I'm sure we would clinch at the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my fingers on it. Ni ya, ada bunyi teriak. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump, and you let us scream. That's right. Ada kau mau tambah tidak? Presumably when it funded me. Or not. The Irishman was sitting up the block but fallen on the floor. Okay. Okay. Hang on, is it? Next to the victim? Yeah. Then the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Ah, how awful. Both a knee and covered in blood. Okay. Both of her hands. Is that correct? Oh. Ada kau mau tambah?
Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McGildet. Oh, and what would that be, fellow? Do you have something to say about that last statement? No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kind of hear the ass still and all. Oh, do it. Here, have yourself a tip. Oh! Does he think I was asking after his general well-being? Oh, 6 member. Okay. Something's bothering me. Okay. Ada kah? Oh, kita okay.
Hold it!
A waste of time? What is that? I beg your pardon? Apa? Apa dia punya? Okay.
Hold it!
Push lagi.
Well, no.
Oh,
Excuse me.
is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Is there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrad's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seems to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, there was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, is all. I remember feeling desperate myself, a young lad, shut up in the dark. That was terrifying, so it was. I see, yes. I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. And I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to make everything you hear seem so much louder as well. Apa jadi ni? Yeah, I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, do you hear something that night? Anything? Any unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But Jabez, there's no need to tell the world. The whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. You little scamp. What a pity. If only Mr. Lestrade had said something, it might have given advice on it too. Yes, what should we make of that last statement of hers? My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But what all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, this is the profoundly important point. I am almost sure of it. I am almost sure that I don't understand the inner working of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. What? Supplement? What you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining the ears to work out what was going on. What all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time? Since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butchers to see what was up. But then when I saw the swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a muck. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there so as I heard him leave, see? What would I? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open, so I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like the old dogs he was. Are there any conclusion we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Ah? At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my little Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I fear. So when Zeeks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this elegant contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Bigilder's snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. Back. There's something else you should have heard. Apa? Show a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could have not failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Ini kan, dia mau naikkan.
Take that!
It would seem phantoms are at work again. This time in my Nipponese friend's ears. I concur, no sound is apparent to me at all. Oh! Allow me to introduce to a sound that will very real indeed, however. Aduh! The sound of your death throes. He's right. That was loud. Well then, counsel. According to... Apa yang dia dengar lagi? Apa evidence? Ini kah? Ini?
Take that!
Tries fight Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Mr. Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. Is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was, not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intent and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin at the omnibus at the time? Did I not just say it much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him getting on. I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was in his zone, for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening and closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I listened for, wasn't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin in the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the fact. Yes, this very thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was inconsistency with Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem sort of things are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statement are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruth, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? It makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Ah, makcik. Oh, bersalah.
She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
Neither can I.
Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less salubrious way. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Mr. Naruhodo, there's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Minum. Saya pun minum lah. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Aduh. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Abaddon? This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. Biggled innocence, the judge will rule and will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truth.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness' last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if you consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, I shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to believe, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Huh? Inside. There was... Shamana? Oh, there's another entrance. If the door wasn't open even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy would come with in your blind panic. Sekejap, saya mau cek dulu. Ini boleh masuk kah? Okay. Boleh saya buka? Oh, tu. We can certainly inside. Apa tu? Kunci? Mana? Macam mana mau tahu? But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But this could be. There's only one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use which allowed the cabin to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, Counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus in which the incident occurred. What on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim exit the cabin?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. This can only have been the skylight. I say the skylight?
Objection!
Your lucrative proposal almost had me lost for words. However,
Objection!
The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
so you claim, but you have any shred of evidence to support your adult brain theory?
Both Mr. McGilded and Mr. Lestrade said the same in their testimony. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise meant someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of victims falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from a seat onto the floor really make such loud noises? Loud noise that the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious!
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victims didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin?
That's simply impossible.
How can you be so sure?
Because if the victim has fallen inside through the skylight, as
You say, siapa nama victim? Mason kan? Mungkin pedang, mungkin pisau dia kan? dia terjatuh, tercucuk diri sendiri.
The passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, no one person mention of such event in their testimony.
Well, yes, that's true, but might a humble fellow make a wee comment here?
Mr. McGilded?
To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to be, my lord, that it's not so much a case of them not saying, but there's a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you soon agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof?
You mean the one who stuck that knife in the man?
Oh.
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blithered?
You rotter, he said. You rotter! What are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage. I've got a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay.
You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker,
and me, a very angry hatter,
suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right. I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
Order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Penzies.
It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witness. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse?
I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events.
You have branded these gentlemen liars.
You have intimated their criminal guilt.
In our British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation.
I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we waiting for? Get them to testify.
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our myth, we must dispose of it at once.
Testify.
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. Fuss. My lord, you will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep is keeping pushing forward. Refuting the accusation.
We were the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened when we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the sky, where's your proof?
I must say that, on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith.
That's right, you see.
We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two were in good collusion with one another.
What?
Eh?
According to investigation by Scotland Yard,
The two witnesses share no common dealings.
well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial's going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. Refuting the accusation. So, at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not, Dickens.
No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. Huh? Both apa? I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking to this man here. Huh?
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself. I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That is an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaging.
Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all?
Ah,
There's all about evidence in the court these days, so it is. You do well to remember that.
I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well. If anything had happened while visiting, don't think one of another would have noticed. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus, at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see quite clearly.
Is this some kind of a lock?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one of the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That was he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids will freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with because this man has locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fellow.
But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear ye at all. That is a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, it was cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things!
I believe you have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You! Don't take it personally now, lad.
If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. This isn't competition I should like to be involved in. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We have no result to Kembara. The Scarlet was shut. Ini saya push juga.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Stricefight Mason before? Oh, Lemmy. No, not once. Never. He'd never met the man before. He said never. And you, Mr. First, has no prior dealings with the victims either? That's right, sir. Haters don't have much with the brickmaker, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest.
Well, no.
Ah,
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilden? Yes, counsel, what can be doing for you? Did the witness' last statement give you pause for some thought somehow? Not the remotest connection, is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, that's been too long, so it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe this fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You were 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crime off to another? Ah! And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That top hat sliding about your head is your one-on-year creation, is it? Oh, well, I'm just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, that's a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. That's like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Stricefight Mason. Ah, there was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. This you mean? I can't help thinking that the four-pillar's hat looks distinctly familiar, would you say? That's one of my hats. Aye, there it is. So it seems the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Sort of customer, I'd wager. You had had a wee quarrel with over distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It would be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. Big Gilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me, little interruption hold up the proceeding. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Are you quite certain about that the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rig. His rack with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow that size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it, still and all. What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand?
Ah, now you hold there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, I broke wind loudly. I shot myself with it as it happened.
This is unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just mean to say. Well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rogue, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. Huh? The skylight? This is what we're talking about, right?
Oi, 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 oi.
All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. This is a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I... You can't do it from the inside, you mug.
Oh,
Look, a few weeks ago, I was on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great I had bursts coming out of me ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be utilizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's first, he got it wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't off up the vest and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for the skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from in the cabin. The skylights open from the roof deck?
Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claim.
Ooh. Oh, my hat! See?
Order, order, order! So it appears that this street girl statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Apa ya tadi?
Objection!
That it was a damning inconsistency. The last statement.
Damning, you say? Alah.
Sayang.
Seems to be. That was a damning inconsistency here.
What the misplaced confidence of your assertion? Ah, he has a damning tongue.
You invited, sir.
Proof.
That's right, I demand to hear it.
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this.
But you call us both shices, brand us as criminals.
You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourself now, is there? I believe we're that much in the same position as was one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Though, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. Evidence. Not one can agree against decisive evidence, including a member of the jury. So you're saying that what we did now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Inilah. Saya save dulu. Jam 3 sudah. Saya sudah stream lebih kurang 1 jam setengah. Saya save lah one more time. So, kita mau sambung The Great Ace Attorney Chronicle Adventures ni. Yang first ni. So, apa yang kita mau buat hari ni? Antara dua. Satu, mungkin saya main game ni sampai habis episode 3 ni. Trial yang ketiga ni. Bukan trial. Apa namanya ni? Ngam lah. Kasi habis episode ni. Kalau okay, should be fine. Tapi saya takut benda ni lagi lama daripada yang dijangka. So, kalau boleh habiskan dalam 1 jam setengah, 2 jam should be okay. Tapi kalau katakan lebih lama dari itu, rasa macam lebih lama, makanya saya terpaksa tidak buat lah. So, ini semalam ada saya main lagi, saya sambung jam 1 pagi lah saya sambung. Ini sudah kita semalam. Alah, saya tekan lagi. Biarlah. Apa? Ada cakap tadi? This is getting absurd, he said. Completely absurd. Ada bukan sound?
That's right, none of us even knew the skylight has a catch.
Well, we didn't know. We could have opened it. And we didn't open it. We could have kicked the fellow down. Please, where is the idea about kicking the victim through the skylight coming from? Whoever designed this carriage anyway, fancy not being able to open the skylight from the inside. Wonder what breaking wind. Didn't they think about that? There's no point having a skylight if it can't spare you embarrassment, is there? We're really getting off topic here.
If you actually have a point, pray, do enlighten the rest of us.
I'll tell you what my point is. Apa kau mau point? If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Ini. Proof.
That's right, I demand to hear it.
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us boss? Both shices, apa tu? Shices, brand us as criminals. They call us liars, that's what he means. And accuse of us doing it. As it stands at the moment. Macam mana sudah suara dia saya buat? There's no hard evidence that incriminate yourself now, is there? I believe we're in much same position as one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. Mana saya mau push ni ya? Although with the same token, evidence. Conclusive piece of evidence. Tapi certain. Ini kita sudah push. Oh, ini bukan sudah push kah? No, I imagine not. No, makes it free. And well, that's not all, is it? Really? Ini ada apa-apa yang kita boleh push? Is this some kind of a lock? This is some kind of joke, he said. Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair, dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That was he said. It is impossible, I tell you. Okay, ini pasal lampu sejuk, so dia orang tidak boleh tidur. Okay.
Hold it!
Apa? So at the time, Mr. Mason clamored to join. Absolutely not, Dick. No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim again, right? Okay. Mana sudah mau kasih unlock ya? You have no reason to kill the man. Apa? Bukan ini. Bukan ini. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Apa saya punya proof? Saya save dulu. Ini kalau saya present. Oh, saya tidak boleh present testimoni ya. Apa?
Hold it!
Semua tidak perubahan. As it stands at the moment, apa? There's no hard evidence that incriminate yourself now, is there? Apa? Apa evidence? I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. Apa kita punya point? Bukan point lah. Apa kita punya saya sudah part yang dia cakap dia kenal loh. Oh ini kan. Ini victim. Saya sudah push ini kan. So, we have never met. Tuh. Macam mana? Bukan sebelum ini ada anu kah? Nah, ini ada kan?
Excuse me.
Hai? Bukan sebelum ini saya boleh push kah?
Hold it.
Kenapa sekarang macam lepas pula? And you, Mr. First, has no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, Peters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest.
No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this?
Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentleman who was inside the cabin. Apa? Saya tidak boleh push. Saya kena depend dengan anu saya ini kan, dengan no motive. Apa?
Hold it.
Flaming Ongkes. Ada kan? Huh, we're really getting off topic here. Okay, continue. Apa? Gilbert. Piece of evidence. Adakah saya boleh masuk kah? Apa evidence yang saya boleh buat? Ini ngam di atas kan? Apa yang kita boleh buat? Sok tinggal dalam. Ada darah. Ada darah. That's without question. It's ini perempuan. It's blood. Would there be a blood stain here? Surely it can't be unrelated. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Oh. Oke. Kita boleh guna tuh untuk final tadi tuh. Oke. Saya tidak sedar. Oke. Untuk last statement tadi tuh si Mr. Fair Play. Ayah. Terlup lagi balik. Aduh. Yes, Mr. Darumholder, precisely. Sekarang 2 3 4. Nih ya. Ini kita present dengan ini.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Aduh. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. Apa macam mana humbug? You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here, in this courtroom? Counsel? My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence which you allude? You will point out, what is it that proves the victim fell from the roof dead through the skylight? Harap-harap betul saya punya target. Got it! By Jupiter! Is that blood? This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGildet, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Kamu dua ada kaitan nggak kamu dua? Dua penjahat kan? Order! Hold it! But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin, and only found its way to the one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gents really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? So, dia mau bagi tahu ada darah. That's all too plain, if you see. It's the aftermath that showed the poor fella dropped from the fair height right here, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. Wait, marah. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, sir. It's clear to me now. Where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of this skilled carriage being sullied with blood.
I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On 3 then. Everyone. 1, 2.
Hold it. Did I hold it? 3.
Objection!
Objection.
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would ye be referring to then now, Lord Van Zeeks?
A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? Is there all to see? It's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended this court-near investigation of the omnibus.
The officers involved went over the carriage with the fine-tooth comb.
So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
What?
Are you suggesting Lord Van Zeeks that the stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session.
What? Mana ba tuh carriage? What a flavor. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standard, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contribution to public life. I don't take kindly to slander. And I'll fight it to the bitter end, even if it's rolling off the tongue of Rigger of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Isi air. Kau minum kan?
When you wheel a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say that does all sounds like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel?
It's true. The omnibus had been in full view the entire time. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter.
Tadi waktu rest sama ada asap tu, kita boleh bagi cadangan. Mungkin dia kena tempered di sana.
As you wish.
Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think
it could have been possible.
As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did, as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh, good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is.
There's one muffle. Thank you for the light.
It seems my lonely police friend has no intention of running from this deceit. This scene.
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Hah? Jadi noret terbaik ni. Bang. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all that chaos, ada pusing lagi 360. It could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Apa ni? Oh, thank you. 200 days. Oh, dekat berapa? 103 bulan lebih lagi, baru setahun. Are you wise? Marah Megilded. What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gorger? Feckless gorger? You're supposed to be defending me. There's a wicked plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Oh, thank you. Terima kasih. Sekejap, saya pin dulu message ni. Macam tiada, lambat kali dia punya notification.
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same.
Ezuan Mafap with 50 stars.
After
Mantip
this
2
courtroom was
narrator.
evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat.
Oh, thank you for the share. Thank you. Terima kasih, bro.
When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's item. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
Corroborate, bukan corroborate. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Apa lagi besar ya? Okay. Adakah? Kenapa macam poster ni bertukar? Poster ni bertukar kan? Ya, poster ni tidak begini kan dalam gambar tu. Let us see. Gambar tu ada something macam this one. Ada bulat. Entah, macam tulisan done. Tapi di sini kalau kita masuk, ada kan? Something like that. Tu. Dan dia tiada ni macam tiang ni. That was weird. London 5th Avenue. Kan? Ada nggak tuh? Tuh nggak tiang tuh? That was weird. That was weird. Ada particular reason ke ya? Okay, apa beza dia selain daripada itu? Bawah omnibus, so saya rasa bawah dia macam sama saja. Apa maksud dia bawah? Tiada perubahan. Bawah ni tiada beza atau apa. Atas pun tak, not sure kalau ada perubahan sebelum apa nama dia ni, sebelum trial. So tadi kalau ikut story dia, ada satu particular reason tadi ada grenade meletup and then berasap and then kena suruh rest daripada perbicaraan. So mungkin sewaktu kena suruh rest tu dia kena kacau. I have no idea. If I'm honest, I don't remember what I examined when in that omnibus. Can't verify this either way. Steve Conan. My lord. Okay, apakah? Can point out one other inconsistency. A mark that certainly couldn't have been present at the start of the trial. What? Mr. Subtle, what are you doing? I examined the omnibus with you, don't forget. There's something that seems out of place compared to how the carriage looked originally. That's what we needed to identify now. What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back.
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense clarification.
This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel.
What exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? Huh? Ada tak darah ni tadi? Ini? Ini boleh tekan. Ini boleh tekan. Ini kaya. Okay, kita ada 3 lagi. Tiga lagi test trial yang kita boleh buat. Kita test lah poster ni. Sebab poster ni sama sebenarnya, tapi I think it must be this mark here.
Kena marah. If you mean the mark of sweat around your collar, that has certainly gained prominence over the course of the proceedings. Salah. It would appear you are clutching at straws in desperation, counsel. As evidenced by your abundant perspiration.
It's a cold sweat, why not?
Oh, dua lagi.
We're so close, Mr. Naruhodo. It's something that Lord Van Zix appears not to have noticed.
So, kalau begitu, kita save dulu, just in case. So, saya tidak mau sangat-sangat di hujung-hujung. Saya rasa bukan juga poster. Mungkin itu darah di lantai itu.
Something that the prosecution hasn't mentioned.
Maksudnya prosecution tidak mention darah dari atap tu. Kita lantai salah.
So, saya ingat macam ada something darah di lantai, tapi not sure betul ke tidak. Well, this bloodstain is so obvious. That's all, and yet Van Zix has made no mention of it. So,
dan dia ada, why do you have such a bad feeling about this? So kita buat ni.
if we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, we would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good Lord!
Sampai slide pada piano weak.
Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Kita tidak mau jadi defense lawyer yang tidak bagus. Defense lawyer kepada penjenayah. Marah basi kawan. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Marah ba dia? Pukul. Memory, recollection. What people think that's all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that Blaston is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing report of Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. Jack Picker, thank you for the like. So I thought better of Lord Van Zix. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Kasi keluarlah. Ada chat sebenarnya tapi hilang. Your lordships can't be serious.
Lord Van Zix, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses of evidence to present. So kita macam mana kes ni tamat ni?
Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my adjudication. This formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stands at the moment, it would seem that Mr. Mickleden will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean With what? Is that really right outcome here? It's really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these... sendawa tu. With all these unexplained inconsistencies.
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Oh, ada closing statement. Ya, British punya kan? Ya, sebab sini pun ada juri. Sebelum ni tiada juri. Yes, my lord. The defense believe. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilden. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me! Order!
This is unprecedented behavior, counsel.
A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you sound of your mind?
Are you of sound mind? Oh, that was a grand decision. To appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect such quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah, your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? This just a right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
Oi, ketawa kau. Happy kau. I really don't know what to make of all this.
Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship will be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of properly, as I said. But sick and rich are always guilty of something. You, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
Buat mata kau tu? Tidak. I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. Genuine or not. We don't know. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeus, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, when established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What? Senyum kau, happy?
Well, Lord Van Six, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me that this has all been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, we can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief! You have more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing, a warning. Is this far from over? This is far from over. Patut dia begitu guys lagi.
Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Habis sudah. Kita menang tapi at what cost? Ada bunga api lagi. Macam mana lagu?
I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined.
Apa lajunya? What are you talking about? The man is been cleared. He's a citizen. Yang penting kita mau tahu sama ada kebenaran tu menang ke kalah lain. Yang penting kita mesti tahu kebenaran. That is basically cerita ni macam tu.
In the courtroom in Panamanian for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. The defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us.
Apa tu ostensibly? So kita balik jumpa yang anu tu kah? Anu tu, saya lupa sudah.
18th of February, 5:15 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
Antechamber ni bahasa yang lama sudah tidak kena pakai ke apa? Sebab banyak yang baru-baru punya bukan macam antechamber. Saya lupa apa kena panggil dia. Macam defendant punya waiting room kah?
That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on a foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy.
Alah, jangan kau sedih Mas Sato.
The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Hey, that you did.
Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl is with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh, what stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks that do be let off when there's verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you might have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've got you to thank, I suppose, for having the opportunity to see it.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out there a free man then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. And there's water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name clear.
but nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? They've all seen that I didn't do that, and odious and obstinate indeed. Just grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolutely faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the tax I pay. It's not that fun. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ara, be wise. You're humble people, are you? You're from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, stale and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some charges to the schedule. Some changes, bukan charges. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help me where I can. This is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fairly well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Meeting yours, mana je sebut tu? I hope you're having a whale of a time when you're studying here in Great Britain. Macam mana mau sebut yous? Yourself. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Lari. Don't move. Whereas I want to say get a move on, she really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I ate all grown-up. And I ate. Cuma mana buat dia orang punya slang ni? And I ate all grown-ups. There you are. Siapa ni? Oh, Iris. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward for the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, do you wanna play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. You have to be shrouded in smoke. It could at least be a pretty color, I thought of myself. Do you have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. I tell you, what is it, what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What, you mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult had told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adult. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what you want is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Well, we'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Lagu tu bah happy semacam siok. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All the travelling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think the midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid, just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Allah, jangan kau nangis. Now I'm starting to regret sending Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness to the study tour was over by the end of the first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had won, the case was far from over. Ada to be continued. Tiada.
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade!
Water! Bring water, quick! What? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
And okay lah, ngam 1 jam.